Magistrate hearing for September 25th. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Our first case, page 27. Inspector Ramon Oliveira. Case number CE 2505-0375. Case address 422 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner Carla Beanick. Posted at property 9625. Posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Okay, thank you. I'm good. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-50375 for the property located at 422 Southwest 22nd Avenue. The property was first inspected on May 14, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, complied. 47-34.1.8.1, complied. 9-280H1, complied. 9-278E, complied. 9-304B, complied. 9-305A, complied. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 24th, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 77 days to come into compliance of Section 9-305B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Please state your name for the record.
Carla Beanick.
Okay. Ms. Beanick, it looks like you made a great start, almost done with all the violations, just
Yes.
one left. 77 days good for you?
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right. 77 days or $50 a day thereafter. So make sure before that time, if you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
I will. Thank you.
All right.
Our next case, page 64. Inspector Ramon Oliveira. Case number CE 2412-0464. Case address 1496 Southwest 28th Avenue. Owner Charles W. Grogan. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 7/24/25. One suspension from 7/24/25 to 9/25/25. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 9/26/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241-20464 for the property located at 1496 Southwest 28th Avenue. The case was first heard on April 24, 2025, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 91 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter. The case was again heard on July 24, 2025, and Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 63-day extension and an order to reappear. Violation 9-305B complied on August 4th, 2025. Violation 9-306 remains out of compliance. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 24th, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting that fines begin to accrue.
Please state your name for the record.
Kim Grogan.
Okay. It looks like most everything is done except for the fascia and soffits. What's going on?
So we had multiple roofers come out, and the roof is so bad that none of that can be replaced. We have to have a new roof. We signed a contract in June, and they've been working with the city trying to get the permits. And earlier this month, I guess the city sent the permit back wanting additional information from the structural engineer. And they said it has to go back through the review process. We already have the approved certificate for asbestos, so we're just waiting on the city to go through the process to finish all the permits with the roofing company.
Okay. Any objection to an additional extension?
The city's not opposed to an extension.
Okay, all right. 42 or 77, what do you think it's going to take?
We could do 77.
Okay. All right, I'm going to give you a 77-day extension, and I'm going to suspend the fines during that time.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Our next case, page 7, Inspector John-Claude Noel, case number CE 2504-0518, case address 1631 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner MSQS Properties LLC, posted at property 9/10/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good morning. Officer Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on April 17, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12, complied. There was trash and rubbish and debris on this property. This is a reoccurring violation from case number CE 240-31024. Violation 9-306, complied. Violation 47-20.20H. The parking facility at this Zone B1 commercial property are not maintained. At this property, there are cracks and holes and stains throughout the parking lot and the exterior walkways. This is a reoccurring violation from case number CE 240-31024. Violation 47-21.16.A, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24, 2025. The property remains in violation for the parking violation, which is 47-20.H. The city is requesting 77 days to comply with this violation or a fine of $150 per violation thereafter. The city is also requesting a finding of fact for violation 18-12A and 47-20-20H.
Please state your name for the record.
Hey, good morning, Mark House.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property in compliance within the next 77 days?
We're asking if you can grant us some more time. We purchased this property from a franchisee, so we took it back over as the corporate franchisor. We've been working with the city for 12 months or so now through the planning and zoning process. We're proposing to do the maximum allowed investment without triggering a complete new rebuild of the property. So we've been working with them through third-party appraisals, valuations, kind of a complex process, but we've come to a conceptual meeting of the mind, so to speak, on what we will do for the property, what will comply with all the ordinances. We've gotten to that point now, so now we're in the process of developing full construction or CD sets that'll go to the city. We do believe, though, that the municipal approval process will take longer than the 77 days because we have to go through planning and zoning first and then building department, and we expect there's at least one round or maybe 2 rounds of comments to the process. But we've already submitted and started the process. We have all the engineers and architects of record already filed with the city.
Okay, what's the city's position on that?
Antoine Lorco, Compliance Supervisor. I will stick to the 77 with the order to reappear, and then at that time, if we're further along in the process, we can provide more time at that time.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. Just so we can see if you're on track and you're being diligent, we'll give you more time, okay? But with regard to 18-12, that's a recurring violation, so you won't face a fine today, but I will enter a finding of fact that the violation did in fact exist, and so if it happens again, then you will be fined, okay?
Sure. I brought with us our area director, so he's on top of that with the operational staff, so he'll make sure that stays. We'll stay in compliance with that moving forward.
Make sure you calendar the 77 days. If you run into you'll be before me before the fines start to accrue. And if you bring the property into compliance before then, you won't have to come back, okay?
Great, yeah. Well, as we explained, we want to do the parking lot at the end. We're proposing a $600,000-700,000 investment with the furniture and fixtures here. And if we put the parking lot in right away, then it gets destroyed during the construction process. So then it looks bad, and we're capped with a limit.
Yeah,
So
I'll try and work with you.
Okay.
I will, but we need to move this along, okay? All right, 77 days or $150 a day, and an order to reappear on my December 11th docket.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 33, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2506-0422, case address 2750 Southwest 2nd Street, numbers 1 through 4, owner Community 8 Properties LLC, posted at property 9/3/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good morning, Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected on 6/16/25 and the following violations were observed. 24-7 parentheses B is complied. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or its swell. This is a recurring violation per case CE 23110620. However, it is complied as of this date. 18-1 is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 9/24/25, the property remains in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact.
Okay. Please state your name for the
Good
record.
morning, Goran Dragoslovic.
Good
owner.
morning. Okay, you pretty much know the drill there.
Yes, we apply. Can I submit this to you?
What is it?
We complied everything on the 19th,
Right,
June
right.
9th,
You're all
immediately.
you're all complied. What they're asking me to do, because 18-12, the overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris is a recurring violation, I need to enter a finding of fact that the violation existed. I won't fine you today, but if it happens again, you will be fined.
Yeah, we on the top of that we go, and
I
Rachel
know.
knows somebody just dumped the trash at the property, and we're trying our best to keep it.
I understand.
We go there every day,
I
5 days,
understand.
no, 6 days a week.
Okay, I
And one more
understand.
case.
Thank you very much for your diligence.
Thanks.
Our next case, page 10, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2507-0059, case address 727 Northwest 19th Avenue, owner Surftail Inc., posted at property 9/4/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Name, case, and address as read. The property was first inspected on 7/3/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 18, Tag 4C, there's a derelict four-door white SUV Chevy parked in the front of the building with no tags. This violation is complied, but is a reoccurring violation per case number CE 240100923. Violation 18, Tag 12A, there is overgrowth and debris throughout the property and/or its swell. This violation is complied, but is a reoccurring violations per case CE 240100923. Violation 9, Tag 305B is complied. Violation 9, Tag 304B is complied. Violation 9, Tag 306 is complied. Violation 47, Tag 21.9K is complied. And violation 47, Tag 34.1.A.1 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 8/18/2025. All violations are complied. The city is only requesting a finding of fact for violation 18 Tag 4C and 18 Tag 12A. I would like to submit my case file and photos for the court.
Okay, please state your name again for the record.
Goran Dragoslovic.
Okay, same deal with 18-4, the car, and 18-12, the overgrowth, debris, and trash. I'm entering a finding of fact. Won't fine you today, but if it happens again, you will get fined, okay?
I appreciate it. And I just want to
All
comment, both inspectors are doing a great job and always being available when I call them and meeting me at the location.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 17, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0039, case address 1345 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner Eric Eldridge, posted at property 9/11/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-60039 for the address of 1345 Northeast 3rd Avenue. This case was first cited on June 2nd, 2025 for the following violations. 9-305A, complied. There is overgrowth of landscape material along with accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. There is an encroachment occurring on the public roadway. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 230-60517. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-304B, the driveway is not properly being maintained. There are weeds growing through the driveway, and it is a hard, dustless material. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 230-60517. It will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its well. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 230-60517. This case will be presented to magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. The city is requesting 42 days for 9-304B to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter, and 15 days for 18-12.8 to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter. The city is also seeking a finding of fact for 9-305A.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Eric Eldridge.
Okay, Mr. Eldridge, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the timeframes requested by the city?
I have spoke to him this morning. Most of the have been completed over the past weekend. The only thing left outstanding is the driveway. I would ask for a little more time due to financial reasons to get the driveway. If I could have till about December 1st, then it could be completed.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you 77 days for the driveway, 15 days for the overgrowth and trash, and I'm entering a finding of fact on the landscape material and accumulation of leaves. You won't be fined today, but if it happens again, you will be fined.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 61, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 2301076, case address 3100 Northeast 32nd Avenue, owner Pac-Man Intracoastal LLC. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/5/23 and 7/28/23. There are 8 suspensions noted on the agenda. Fines imposed of $9,000, and this is to vacate and close this case.
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner. I understand that it's being vacated. I want to confirm that that also comes with a release of lien that the city is going to record.
I assume it is if we're closing the file.
Okay.
Anybody want to help me?
Yes, we'll do a release of lien.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Councilor.
Our next case, page 64. Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 230501197, case address 915 Southwest 2nd Court, owner Gary Musichek and Stephanie Wedgworth. This case was first heard 7/25/24 to comply by 12/10/24. One suspension from 12/12/24 to 6/26/24 and 6/26/25 to 9/25/25. 2 sections not comply to $50 per day. $200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2305-0197 for the property located at 915 Southwest 2nd Court. At the Special Magistrate hearing on June 26, 25, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 91-day extension and in order to reappear at today's hearing. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/24/25, and violations 9-280C and 9-305B remained.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Stephanie Wedgworth.
Gary Musichuk.
Okay. Why am I not seeing any progress?
So we so our house flooded in April of 2023 in that flood, and since then, because our home is now located in a mandatory flood zone and in a historic neighborhood, it has to be lifted 7 feet, and in order for us to do that, we applied for grants. We first applied for the FEMA grant, the FMA grant, and never heard anything. Then the city, we applied to the Elevate Florida grant, and we moved through all the way to the very, very end, and then got placed on hold because they said we had already applied for the FMA grant. And so the Mark Haggerty, the floodplain manager, got involved and helped us navigate a withdrawal of the original FMA grant. And since then, we are now taken off of hold, but we're on a wait list. And so we're just waiting for the Elevate Florida grant to get approved so we can elevate the home. And we spoke to the Rachel Housing and Development Manager, Rachel Williams, she sent an email on our behalf and said that for us to ask you for the maximum amount of additional time for us to get the approval.
That's for the new community development block grant that was just awarded to the city for $88 million for flood.
Okay, all right. All right. Anything else from the city?
No, we're okay with granting the 182 extension.
Okay. I'll give you 182 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, can we please have a mandatory reappearance?
Yes, you will then reappear on my March 26th docket. Hopefully, it'll be done by then. You won't have to.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next case, page 9, Inspector Gail Williams, John Claude Noel presenting case number CE 2508-0532, case address 2620 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Keystone Florida Property Holdings, posted at property 9/12/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good morning. Officer Jean-Claude Noel presenting a case that was just read for Gail Williams. This case was first cited on August 19th, 2025 for the following violations. Violation 47-34, 1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this B1 zone property. There are floating docks, wood pallets, white trailer, railings being stored at this property. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash and debris on this property and or swale. Violation 9-305B, there are floating docks sitting on the grass. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 23rd, 2025, and all violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for each violation or a daily fine of $500 per violation per day thereafter.
Please
Hi.
state your name.
Good morning, Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Keystone and the Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show. These are the docks that get splashed into the water for the boat show. They've always been stored here. Traditionally, we've been working with the city manager and the city code, and we're asking for, we acknowledge they're there. We've always been allowed to keep them there, but we understand that's not going to be the case anymore. We're asking for 30 days to come into compliance.
Anything else from the city?
Supervisor Lord, we'll stick with our 10-day recommendation. We received numerous complaints from the neighbors regarding these floating docks, so we request that they be removed within 10 days.
We spoke to Katrina, and Katrina said that she would support the 30 days to come into compliance. We also spoke with the city manager's office.
Okay, can I do 30 days? Okay. All right. I'll give you 30 days.
57, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 24120603, case address 2720 Southwest 18th Street, owner FKH SFR C1 LP, in care of First Key Homes LLC. This case was first heard 5/29/25 to comply by 7/24/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241-20603 for the property located at 2720 Southwest 18th Street. The case was first heard on May 29, 2025, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 56 days to comply all violations or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. As of a pre-hearing inspection on September 24th, the property is not in compliance. Violation 47-21.16.8 complied on June 13, 2025. Violations 8-91.c and 9-305b have been out of compliance for 63 days each for a total of $12,600. The city is requesting full imposition of fines and for fines to continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Yes, good morning. Virginia Costa on behalf of the owners. We understand that the issue with the property is grass in front of the property and a seawall that needs to be repaired. I understand that the owners have started to try to complete the repairs of the seawall. The property is listed for sale, and they are actively trying to obtain a buyer to help with the fees for restoring the seawall. And so we respectfully request an additional 30 days or whatever date that the city allows in order to come into compliance.
Magistrate?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. For the landscaping, the city is not opposed to granting additional time. However, for the mooring structure, we are opposed due to the safety risks that it poses.
Okay.
And Your Honor, just for the record, this is a property owner who owns, the corporate property owner owns at least 50 properties in Broward County or more. So they certainly should have the resources, actually more than that.
All right.
Hundreds of properties, it looks like.
Okay. All right, I will give you 42 days on the landscaping because there's no objection from the city. And, but I will impose the fine on the mooring structure, which will continue to accrue.
Do I have a specific date from the 42 days from here, just so we
42 is November 6th, 2025.
Very good. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 21. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2501-1007, case address 1724 Northeast 17th Way. Owner David and Michelle Rowell, posted at property 9/10/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Thank you. No problem.
Our next case, page 54. Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2401-0383, case address 1617 Northwest 5th Street. Owner Beverly Chambers and Sefton Chambers. This case was first heard 6/11/24 to comply by 8/13/25. 4 suspensions noted on the agenda. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $18,100 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, Co-Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Excuse me. For this property, CE 24010383 at 1617 Northwest 5th Street, a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on yesterday, September 24th, 2025, and the property is now in compliance. However, the city is requesting the full imposition of the fines and the administrative costs at $1,243. So Ms. Chambers is here to speak on behalf of the property at this time.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Beverly Chambers, good day.
Okay. Please tell me why this took so long.
If she showed photos of the property before I purchased it, just to give you some background, I'm a realtor. I used to manage the property. I purchased it. The house had been sitting for eons with no complaints. As soon as I bought it, I had to they wanted the house painted. They wanted this. They wanted that. It was a demolition, as you can see. It's not there anymore. We're doing a new build, a container, and that's not the easiest thing because it's not common. So each time we've gone to get a permit, a master permit, there's a slew of comments and things that just have to be done. It just has to be done. So as I've been going through this progress, we decided to go for a foundation-only permit, which is a lot easier to get us started. We're dealing with an architect, a civil engineer, and every time we submit, we have to go back and make changes. That's where we are right now. I think we got about 3 things. Effectively, Friday, we should get cleared from the civil engineer to give them what they need to get the foundation only.
When was the property demoed?
I'm not quite sure. I don't remember. Maybe a year ago.
I have the compliance date at January 17, 2025.
Okay.
Okay.
So with all of that being said, every time that we had an interaction with the city and whatever they wanted us to do, we did. I'm in a learning process. Initially, I was going to fence the property off. That took a while because it wasn't necessary to have a fence. The fence that's there now in those photos are a construction fence just to keep the property contained.
All right, that's not in front of me. I don't need to hear about the fence.
Well, I was explaining all that, ma'am, just to let you know that I did everything to comply. I would respectfully request that the fines be waived because we were never in a position where we didn't do what we were supposed to do. And it's just the process. It's just been taking a long time, but we're getting there.
All right, okay. Anything else from the city?
Nothing further from me.
All right, I'll reduce the fine to $2,500.
I'm sorry, what did you say, ma'am?
$2,500.
You're going to still fine? We're still going to get a fine even though we've complied and did everything we were supposed to do?
Yes, it was out of compliance for 134 days on one and 47 on another. You have accrued $18,100 in fines and $1,243 in costs. So I think that's a fair and generous
You said it was
order.
out of compliance?
Yes.
Each time I've come here, it's been quite frequent. Each time I've come here, I got more time because of what I was trying to explain to you. I've done everything that I can. I'm doing this out of my pocket, Your Honor. I can't get a loan for whatever reason, and that would hinder me. I still have some other issues to deal with, and I'm respectfully asking that you just waive the fines. I'm doing everything I can. I'm about to get emotional. I have been doing everything I was supposed to do. So can I respectfully request that you just waive the fines and let me continue on with my project? Soon you'll see a beautiful structure there.
The best I could do is $1,800, and that will include all the costs. Thank you.
Going back to page 21, Inspector John-Claude Noel, case number CE 2501-1007, case address 1724 Northeast 17th Way, owner David and Michelle Rowell, posted at property 91025, posted at Wendy's Broward 91525.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 2/1/2025 for the following violations. 18-12A, the overgrowth and debris surrounding the property. There's overgrowth and debris surrounding this property and its well. 18-4C, complied. 9-304B, the concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface is stained with dirt and unknown elements. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover to include the swale. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and the soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that has stains or missing and peeling paint, to include but not limited to the shutters on this property. 24-27B, complied. 9-280C, complied. 9-278E, there are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows at this occupied residential property. 18-1, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24th, 2025, and the property, these are the violations that still remains. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with the violation of 18-12 and violation 9-27E, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. And the city is requesting 42 days to comply with the violation of 9-304, 9-305, 9-304B, 9-305B, and 9-306, and or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. The owner's here ready to present his case.
I'm sorry, how much?
42 days, ma'am.
42 days,
Yes.
and what's the fine?
$50 a day.
$50 a day, okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
David Rowell.
Okay, Mr. Rao, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time frame requested by the city?
If you look at recent pictures, everything has been remodeled and redone.
Okay.
The landscaping has been redone. The pressure cleaning has been done. As far as our list, there was one thing left on our list to do. Okay, the swale has been done. They came in and put sod down, gravel. The only awning, it is hurricane season. Okay, so I had one awning that was down. It is now up. Okay, and like I say, you can see the pictures. We have been putting a lot of time and energy into it. Back in January, life has changed. My wife broke her neck, and
I'm
her
so
C2,
sorry.
She's permanently confused. So my job has become a caretaker.
Okay.
Okay, and then I had sepsis last week. I almost died. Okay, and
Did not turn 68.
yeah, don't turn 68. But we've, like I say, we've gone trying to go out of our way to try to keep everything.
Okay,
as
if you
well
say
as-
everything's done, then I will,
You can, I mean,
yeah, I can give you this time that they're requesting so that he can go out and re-inspect and then hopefully comply the property.
What date was that? I know you said days, but what's the date?
Okay, for the overgrowth and debris and the shutter, it's 10 days. But if you say both of those have been done, you shouldn't have a problem. The concrete.
That's October 5th.
Yeah, the concrete driveway, the rest of the landscape with the dead and missing ground cover, and the exterior building walls, that he's asked for 42 days or $50 a day thereafter. So if you say all of that is done,
well, I have a painter coming
November
Saturday
6th is that date.
to do the painting of the house because my son went to patch up a thing and did not have the right paint.
okay, when is he coming?
Saturday.
Oh, okay, all right, so 42 days should be plenty of time for you.
Now, what's the
Okay.
10 days for? I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
The 10 days that we were granted the first one? What was
It's
that
the
for?
things you've already taken care of, ma'am. Yesterday I was at the property. They had a lot of people out there doing the things they need to do.
Okay.
So when I go back out there, I'll be able to take those photos and I'll be able to close those violations.
Okay, all right.
I have one question for the driveway.
Yes.
We have pressure cleaned it. There's a spot on there that's oil that will not come up.
Yeah, I mean,
When
I don't
he
know
comes
where
out,
it
he
is.
can look at it and tell you what to do about it, okay?
Well, that's what I was saying, because we've gone through this, you know. Mr. Jean has been more than great with us, working with us and everything else like
Yeah.
that. I cannot complain at all. But like I say, life has changed in the last year.
I understand.
And
Okay.
68 has
Let
come.
him come out and re-inspect. I'm sure he'll help you to get the property in compliance. We're gonna do the dates that he said, but if there's a problem, you can always request more time, okay?
Okay.
And this is cleared up. We have to come back again.
If you're complied before that 42 days is up, you don't have to come back.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 4. Inspector Ahmad Wallace, Robert Crott presenting case number CE 2508064, case address 2985 North Ocean Boulevard, owner Publix Supermarkets, Inc., posted at property 9/11/25, posted at Winnie Broward 9/15/25.
Inspector Robert Kroc presenting on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 8/16/2025 by Senior Inspector Simmons, following a noise complaint by the neighbor. The following violations were found. Violation 17-6.2. There is noise in excess of the permissible sound level limits of 50 dBA after 10 p.m. when measured outdoors. The maximum readings were 60 dBA, 62 dBA, and 60 dBA. This violation is irreversible and reoccurring per case 2504-0832, and as such, this case will be presented to Special Magistrate whether or not the violation complies to seek finding of fact. As of 9/19/2025, this violation remains. The readings were taken from the complainant balcony and remain over 50 dBA after 10 p.m. We have to do 3 readings.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Heidi Davis with the law firm of Gunster, here on behalf of Publix Supermarkets, Inc. Thank you.
Okay.
Just as a background and based on these videos that you just saw or audios, Publix opened the store at the end. This is a brand new store. So it's on Fort Lauderdale Beach. It's never to correct this.
What is making the noise?
So that's what it was trying to decide and figure out and assess. They've been assessing for the last couple months, and they finally found out that it is the water balance in the fluid coolers on top of the roof.
Okay.
This is measured from outside on the balcony. It's about 70 feet from the balcony, from there. So Publix has finally just figured it out based on their engineers that it's the water coolers, the water balance. And they have done additional measures. They did it on Friday. They did something, but they tested and it kind of lowered a little bit, but it didn't make it. So they have several other things that they're trying, especially this week. They have other things to try and reduce that fan speed. They've done, and I'm not a technical person, so they've done some adjustments to the system, to the fans, to lower the fans from 1,600 to down to 1,000, but it was still making the noise. The water balance is the issue, and the engineers are trying to balance this system, and they are requesting 40 days. They have some other measures that they're going to try. They have a couple things that they're doing to file this week. Again, this is something that it's very unique to Publix. They don't want complaints. They don't want neighbor complaints. We've tried to, working with them to try and go out and retest and do as much as we can. And they're working on the system, and then they're going to fix it. And so they have a couple extra things to do to try and balance this chiller. And you can't just shut it off because it's all the air conditioning in the store and all the refrigeration and all the coolers. So I understand how uncomfortable it is for the people that live next door. They had nothing there for a long time. So even as you can see, it sounds a little like wind, but it does get to a level you can hear on that second video that does. But it is outside of their balconies. So it's not inside, which I'm sure if it was tested inside with the doors closed, it would be a little different, but that's not how they measure. But we are working on it. We're requesting 42 days, I think, was the next date that we could do it, to try and work that out and come back and let you know about the progress. If not, the next issue is that they have to replace the system and put new baffles in it, which would require a crane to be put on the roof, a crane permit, a right-of-way closure, which is another 6 months. You guys can attest to that, at least. So we're going to try and do as much as we can to try and baffle that system and try and make that water balance so the fan speeds slow down. But it's just kind of trying to work with our engineers, so.
Okay. All right, let me hear from the neighbor, and we'll see. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Sorry, my name is Sophie Hill. I'm on the 18th floor of Vantage View's 10 stack, which faces the construction zone. It's also the 7 stack and the 9 stack balconies that actually get affected by the sound of this mechanical noise. But our balconies we're north facing, we are balcony from a very wide balcony, and we are, we purchased these properties to enjoy the views, the ocean living, etc. The noise is unbearable. Like, it is, I have my own readers, so there are some, challenges with what the city is able to do, right? Because you can't monitor something 24/7. But I have a decibel app. I have 66 different images to show you the readings that I've taken at all times of day and night.
And what have they been?
It's gone to 102 decibels. And 90 in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, which is the reverberation goes through. We're all glass windows as well.
Okay.
So sleeping is really tough because it wakes you up. People are taking medication to sleep through the night, right? That's how bad it has been. We can't enjoy outdoor space. We can't open our windows. We get headaches all day long.
Okay. All right.
So I appreciate
what is it the city's requesting from me?
what you're sharing, because we haven't had any kind of understanding of what's going on. So you can imagine, as a resident, oh my gosh, like, what is happening? How is it taking so long? Because I've been speaking to the city since early April, 6 months, of dealing with, like, incredibly loud, it affects your life.
I understand, believe me. Okay.
Special Magistrate, we're not opposed to the 42 days with the order to reappear. I did speak with Heidi. They're going through engineering. So as long as they work towards something to keep the neighbors abreast, we're not opposed to that. But we will ask for mandatory order to reappear so we can get a status on where they are.
Okay, and I would make a suggestion to the owner of Publix, your client, that to keep these people informed of what you're trying to do to solve the problem, rather than keeping them in the dark. So
I don't think they've been in the dark, because we have Sophie reaches out to every single person based on whether the cities, you can attest, Anton, the city manager, public's executives, public's construction people. We have a list of people that Sophie has spoken to. So to say that we haven't been in contact with Sophie is not correct. And also, I would like to see those readings because I don't know about the calibration and things like that. But I would love the 42.
Well, for my purposes,
Yes.
the readings that
The city
took were over the
No,
limit
correct.
anyway.
Exactly.
So
No, of
it's,
course.
you
No,
know,
and we understand,
doesn't
and that's
much
why we're
matter.
here. That's why I would like.
Okay,
you know.
I'm going to find that the violation exists. I'm going to give 42 days and an order to reappear on my November 6th docket.
November 6th. Thank you so much.
And what was the fine, just in case?
We haven't been.
It goes over 42?
It's going to be $500 a day.
After November 6th?
Yes.
Thank you.
And please, can I add something else last night, there was somebody...
Can you
with
step
a-
over to the mic, please?
Last
Thank you.
night, even, like, there was somebody on the roof of the Publix with a leaf blower causing 78 decibels of noise at almost 10 o'clock at night. Like, it's totally unnecessary. For somebody, he was blowing water in the puddles. I mean, why is that so necessary at nearly 10 o'clock at night? Can you ban them using the leaf blowers in the evening?
Okay, please ask your client to do the best they can to keep, do their necessary maintenance during the day.
It sounds minor, but, I mean, the noise penetrates your head.
I understand. I understand. Okay, 42 days in order to reappear, or $500 a day thereafter. Thank you. November 6th, yeah.
Our next case, page 49, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24100418, case address 1407 Northwest 15th Street, owner Godwin Francis. This case was first heard 5/29/25 to comply by 6/8/25 and 8/28/25. 5 sections not complied at $100 per day, $22,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24100418. Property address 1407 Northwest 15th Street. The case was first heard in May 29, 2025. At the time of the hearing, Special Magistrate ruled on favor of the city, and the magistrate ordered 10 days to comply for violation 18-12A. And for all remaining violation, 91 days was ordered for a fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter. At this time, all violation remains. The city is requesting all fines to be imposed. And property owners here, I'm going to let it speak at this time.
Okay. Are there pictures you're waiting for me to?
This is Massey.
Okay.
It's a Massey, though.
Yeah. All right, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Martin Coutain.
Okay, why is there's no progress despite the extensions?
Say that again?
I don't see any progress even though we've granted extensions.
Lady, the house is under construction, so it got debris and them stuff. I'm working on it. But right now, we're having a hard time financially because Godwin is my brother-in-law. My sister had a stroke last year and they didn't have no good insurance, so he had to spend up money for insurance. That's why we haven't moving forward as yet.
And what kind of time frame are we looking at? We just can't keep an open case going on.
I have an open permit in that house.
Okay, but what actual work is being done?
Well, we're doing work, but a little bit, and we're basically working inside of the house.
All right, well,
I
I think you need to refocus because these violations are all outside the house.
Yes, but the house is under construction, so I don't see why it's a
It's
violation.
under construction inside?
outside and inside. The house haven't been stuccoed or anything as yet. I keep the yard clean. Try, I don't see why the violations are there and the house is under construction.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Your Honor, indeed, properties under constructions, but violations that are remains in terms of the broken windows that can be fixed, and the missing grass and the fence and disrepair. So quite a few things that could be fixed during constructions. Yeah, I believe those things can be done during the construction.
I pay somebody to cut the grass every month. The grass is well kept. You were there yesterday. You see, it's not like that.
Indeed, Your Honor, the grass is cut and the grass is complied as of yesterday.
Not as yesterday, every day. Every month I pay somebody to cut the grass.
So, Your Honor, if I could, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Looking at the photos on BCPA, the house appears to have been under construction since 2018.
Yes, it is.
With rather rough-looking ground conditions all of the years that BCPA takes the photos.
Is the construction actively being worked on? Why has it been going on since 2018?
Financial. We're trying to do it out of our pocket, because,
All right. I'm going to give you 42 days, and that is going to be your last extension. You need to do all of the things he said. You can do the fence.
I can't do it in 42 days.
Well, then the fines will continue to accrue. You're going to have to make more of an effort. I mean,
So you're saying if I fix the window and stuff, I have the window company, they have the measurements for the window. They say I'm not going to get a window until the end of next month.
Okay. All right, 42 days then, or 100.
What you want in 42 days?
I want all of the violations to be corrected. And I'll suspend the fines during that time. Give you a chance to get it done.
All the violations to be corrected.
All right. All right, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Remind me next time I said last.
Our next case, page 16, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25050294, case address 110 Northwest 16th Street, owner Reginald M. Allen, posted at property 91125, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-50294 for the address of 110 Northwest 16th Street. This case was first cited on May 12, 2025 for the following violations. 18-4.C, complied. 47-.20.H, complied. The City is requesting to seek a finding of fact for the violation of 47-20.20H.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Reginald Allen.
Okay, it looks like you brought the property into compliance, Mr. Allen. It's just that with the violation for the parking facilities, this is not the first case. It's a recurring violation. So I won't fine you today, but if it happens again, you're going to be fined, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2502-0442, case address 1640 Northwest 4th Avenue, owner Ruben Louis Herrera. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 7/8/25. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,950 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance. Case number CE 2502-0442. Property located at 1640 Northwest 4th Ave. As of today, violation remains 9-305B. Landscape is not maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are dead and missing ground cover, including the swell along Northwest 17th, adjacent to the driveway. The city is requesting full imposition. The property owner is here to explain if he's in compliance or not.
Please state your name for the record.
Ruben Herrera.
Okay, Mr. Herrera, why is the property not yet in compliance?
Madam, it is in compliance. I have photos to prove it.
Okay, all right, well, he needs to go out and re-inspect, so what I'm going to do is give you a 10-day extension to give him a chance to go out and re-inspect, and if he complies with the property, you're done, okay?
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Perfect, thank you.
You do have an accrued fine, was this entered? Okay, yeah, all right, we'll see.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 25080518, case address 200 Southwest 9th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Craig Mills, posted at property 9/4/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good morning, Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on August 19, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-282 D1B. There is a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a certificate suspension for 365 days before the special magistrate. The qualifying violation cases are case CE 24120289 had 1 violation. 15-281A, operating with an expired certificate. Case CE 25020199 had 3 violations. 1812A, overgrowth and trash. 9280B, building parts not maintained. And 181, public nuisance. All of these violations were found to exist by the magistrate at the 6/26/25 special magistrate hearing. The city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Craig Mills.
Okay. Unfortunately, if you have a qualifying number of violations, the way the code reads is that it's a shall suspend your license. They don't give me any discretion in the matter. So the fact that these violations were found to exist, you had a qualifying number, I have to enter the suspension.
I took care of the property that was pressure washed last month. The actual trailer, that's gone as of yesterday. I have photographic proof. And all the other situations were taken care of. Just took time.
Unfortunately, once they find the violation exists, it counts against the number that you have to have in order to get your license suspended. So I don't have any choice in the matter. All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, Magistrate, can we have a start date for the suspension?
Wait 1 second. Do you have anybody renting now?
No.
Okay. All right. So we'll suspend it immediately, so it will start to run today. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 34, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25060447, case address 110 Carolina Avenue, owner Eduardo Perez Rivas, posted at property 9/10/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected on 6/16/25, and the following violations were observed. 47-39.8.1.B, parentheses 7, parentheses A.
He needs an interpreter?
Yes. Okay, can we, yeah, wait. Can you swear in the inspectors?
Gus, do you swear and affirm to translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Buenos días, señora.
magistrate. I've asked him if he knows if he understands what's going on. He says more or less. If you allow me to explain to him what's going on.
Please do.
¿Usted es el dueño de la casa? Sí. Ok. Entonces, ¿usted sabe las violaciones que están pasando en este momento en su hogar? ¿Tiene una idea o necesita explicación antes de continuar con la fuerza? I'm asking him if he understands what's going on. He does not understand what's going on. He just found a piece of paper on his house. He thought it was because of a truck, but he doesn't understand what's going on. May I suggest that if I can step to the side with him and let him know what's going on, because he doesn't know why
All
he's
right,
here.
we'll recall the case.
Thank you. Ven, te voy a explicar lo que está pasando.
We'll move on to page 48. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2408-0175, case address 1042 Northwest 13th Street, owner ENS General Solutions LLC. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 6/26/25, one suspension from 6/26/25 to 8/28/25, one section complied at $50 per day, $1,100 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2408-0175, property address 1042 Northwest 13th Street. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chris Williams, on behalf of the owner.
Okay. It looks like everything was done. The only thing that was the landscaping took a little longer. Why?
So we closed on the property July 24th. So it took a month and a half to do the full renovation. We complied everything. Bovary's been great in that regard, and now the property is listed for sale. So we inherited it from the previous owner.
Okay. What is the city's cost?
City cost will be $473.
All right. I'm going to charge you $473 for city costs. Okay?
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2411-0093, case address 930 Northwest 24th Avenue, owner Celeste Craig. This case was first heard 5/29/25 to comply by 6/8/25 and 7/24/25, one suspension from 8/12/25 to 9/9/25, one section not complied at $50 per day, for a total of $1,750. Two sections complied at $50 per day for a total of $1,900. Grand total $3,650. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Case name and address as read at the Special Magistrate on 8/12/2025 hearing. Special Magistrate duty granted a 28-day extension. The notice of hearing was posted on 9/11/2025. Violation 9 TAC 308B is complied as of 9/11/2025. And during my pre-hearing inspection on 9/18/2025, the only violation remaining is 9 TAC 305. We're here for the neighbor who is requesting an extension. If I may add, a lot of work has been done on the property. She has been working with me due to the flooding and also some other circumstances. She's been working on it.
Okay, good. Please state your name for the record.
Celeste Craig.
Okay, and how much time are you requesting?
30 days.
Pardon me?
30 days.
All right. I'll give you 42.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Our next case, page 40. Inspector Mohammed Dayem, case number CE 2508-0010, case address 1110 Southwest 19th Street, owner CCR Properties LLC, posted at property 9/3/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dayem, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 11th, 2020. August 1st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.4.B.1. There is overnight parking of a commercial vehicle at this RS8 zone property. This is a recurring violation as per case number CE2504-0778. A pre-hearing inspections was conducted on September 6th and September 19th, 2025. The property is complied. The city is requesting finding of fact for the complied violation.
Please state your name for the record.
I'm Bob Bailing, owner of CCR Properties and that property.
Okay, Mr. Bailey. Because of the recurring nature of the violation, I'm not going to fine you today, but if it happens again, you'll get fined.
I've got a tenant that is living there. He is the cause of those violations. I've got a letter from him. He is vacating the property as the end of next month. So he will be gone by 1st of November.
Okay, so hopefully this won't happen again. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mohammed, do you have another case? Our next case, page 41, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE2508-0377, case address 905 Avocado Isle, owner Alexander Panchul, posted at property 9425, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, compliance officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 14th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE2306-0101. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. 9-280C complied. 9-304B. The driveway is in disrepair. The driveway is uneven with cracks and multiple materials being used to construct it. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 2024. 2025, the property remains in violation. Paving permit BLD GEN 25090126 is submitted and in review. The city is requesting finding of fact for the complied violation 18-12A. The city is requesting 77 days to comply for violation 9-304B, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Dr. Alexander Panchul.
Okay, sir. Are you in agreement to bring the remaining violation, which is the driveway, into compliance within 77 days or a fine of $50?
Yes, just when the inspector brought it to my attention that it's not a good driveway, I put a down payment to fix it.
All right, and the trash, rubbish, and debris is a recurring violation, which means...
It's probably just misunderstanding. It was under my impression, I was under the impression that the city concerns only the pathway for the pedestrians, so I cut grass in there, and the rest is sort of gardening hobby. So there's flower beds and some things that I didn't know I kind of shouldn't have. So basically, yeah, that's...
All right, so you won't get fined today, but if it happens again, you will be fined, okay?
Yeah, I am actually in the process of putting a fence, so whatever I do in there is not really disturbing anybody else. So I don't know how the fencing company and the driveway company is going to cooperate. So
if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector to request an extension, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Our next case, page 49, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE24100679, case address 272 Southwest 28th Terrace, owner Carolina Gomez. This case was first heard 2/27/25 to comply by 5/29/25. One suspension from 7/24/25 to 9/25/25. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $5,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 2/27/25. At the Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 91 days to comply, or $50 per day thereafter to comply with the violations of 9-304(b) and 9-305(b). At the special magistrate hearing dated 7/24/25, Special Magistrate Flynn granted an additional 63-day extension. During post-magistrate inspections dated 5/28/25 and 7/7/25, the violations remain out of compliance. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 9/24/25, the property still remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines and that fines continue to accrue.
Please state your name for the record.
Carolina Miguesca.
Okay. Despite the extensions, we don't seem to be making any progress. Why?
I opened the permit as of June. Every single time there seems to be an issue. They allowed me to open an owner permit only to then tell me that I needed a GC for the swale. Since then, my husband had an unfortunate accident. I'm the sole provider of my home. He's not working. I have to take him to all his medical appointments. And on top of that, I have to come here every 3 months for an extension. So it's been a lot lately. The permit has been open. I have emailed the city. I've taken my contractor there. I've done everything I can to be able to get that. Just getting the material took like 6 weeks. It's been sitting there for months. So all I'm waiting for really in reality is this permit because my contractor's ready to go. But now I'm forced to find a GC in order to go ahead and do the whole swale. I need more time. So whatever extension of time you can give me, because nobody wants to finish this more than me. I have tons of other things
When
ongoing.
were you notified that you needed a GC?
No, I opened the permit and I have communications from myself to the city where it's been reviewed on a monthly basis, and for whatever reason, there's always something that's pending.
There's deficiencies. Because they got
All right. All right, I will grant one more extension for 42 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Is that the maximum amount of time I can have?
Anything else from the city?
No, because, she has been trying to get this done. She even has all the material there to do the driveway. I didn't know about the accident with her husband or the general
All right,
contractor.
I'm going to give you 77 days.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, good luck to you.
I'm gonna recall this case.
We're going to recall the case on page 34, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2506-0447, case address 110 Carolina Avenue, owner Eduardo Perez Rivas, posted at property 91025, posted at Winnie's Brown.
49.8.1.b, parentheses 7, parentheses A, 1 is complied. 47-39.8.1.b, parentheses 6, parentheses B. There is outside storage at this RS67 irregular residential zone property consisting of but not limited to buckets, filled garbage bags, and miscellaneous items not authorized to be stored outside. 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover, 9-304 parentheses B, there are 9-304 parentheses B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. An RV and a commercial vehicle were parked on the lawn of this property. However, the commercial vehicle was removed. There has been contact made with the property owner regarding the site violations, and as a pre-hearing inspection dated 9/23/25, the violation of 47-39.8.1.b, parentheses 6, parentheses B, 9-305, parentheses B, and 9-304, parentheses B remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For the violation of 47-39.8.1.b, parentheses 6, parentheses B, and 9-304, parentheses B, 10 days or $50 per day, thereafter, per violation.
Okay,
And
I thought
for-
you said the vehicles were removed.
No, yes, the vehicles are not removed as he constructed a gravel driveway that is not permitted.
Okay, all right, I
So
misheard that,
as far-
okay.
Yeah, okay. And
The landscape.
Yes, and 9-305 parentheses B, 70, he wants, well, after our discussion, we decided to give him 77 days
Uh-huh,
or $50 per day thereafter, so he could either remove the gravel
okay.
or pull a permit to have an asphalt driveway put into that area.
All right, okay. Okay, does he understand the violations and what the city is requesting?
Yes.
Can he state his name?
Is he in agreement?
Eduardo Pérez Rivas.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I just wanted him to state his name.
Oh, okay, all right.
Eduardo Pérez Rivas.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is he in agreement with the recommendations of the city?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next case, page 46, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25080571, case address 1205 Citrus Isle, numbers 1 and 2, owner Bernie 2 LLC. This case was first cited 8/21/25 to comply by 8/21/25. One section complied at $250 for a total of $250. Appeal deadline was 9/5/25. City is requesting the full amount. No appeal was received.
Good morning, Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25080571, property address 1205 Citrus Isle, number 1-2. This property was initially inspected on August 21st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-2781E, complied. There's a Chapter 15, Article 10, vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. There was a boat parked on the street at this property. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, September 20th, 2025, and the violation has been complied as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Alex Karamanoglu. I'm the property manager. I'm here for the owner.
All right,
And-
did the owner file for an appeal?
No, and we'll take care of the fine. We just wanted to
Okay,
make sure.
all right,
we present
yeah, I
ourselves.
don't have any discretion if you don't file the appeal.
It's okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25090109, case address 601 Southwest 17th Street, numbers 1 through 3, owner Fishland, Florida LLC, posted at property 9/10/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25090109, property address 601 Southwest 17th Street, numbers 1-3. This property was initially inspected on September 4th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 15-282D1D. This property has been cited by the City of Fort Lauderdale Building and Construction Enforcement Division under Civil Violation Notice BC 0695, reference case number BE 250800207, for work performed without permits, including but not limited to kitchen and bathroom renovations. The vacation rental certificate for this property is suspended and will remain suspended until all outstanding building code violations have been corrected and all related building code enforcement cases have been officially closed. No vacation rental activity is allowed until full compliance is achieved. The city is requesting an indefinite suspension of the vacation rental certificate at this time.
Please state your name for the record.
Glenn Kunkel.
Okay. What do you want to tell me?
I'm a general contractor. I represent the owner, and they were real good at understanding this. They hired me right away. I had the inspector come down. I took him inside the unit so he could take pictures, and I applied for a permit both for electrical and structural.
Okay, make sure your client understands that the license will be suspended until the work is done and the permits are closed out.
Yep, we're not renting it. We're just waiting for the city to approve the permit, and I'll get it inspected and wrapped up.
Okay, and be sure they're not advertising it anywhere.
No, they took it all down.
Okay.
What about fines? Are we good with no fines as long as I keep on this?
Yeah, right now, no fines have been assessed.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 62, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2312-0151, case address 532 Northwest 16th Avenue, owner Mary Atterbury. This case was first heard 4/9/24 to comply by 4/19/24 and 6/11/25. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day for a total of $5,350. Two sections complied at $50 per day for a total of $7,950. Grand total $13,300. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for the case CE 231-20151 at the property of 532 Northwest 16th Avenue. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted yesterday, September 24th, 2025, and the following violations remain. Bear with me just a second. 9-304 parentheses B. The driveway and approach are not properly maintained. The concrete is cracked and patchy and has missing pieces. There are areas of missing gravel and weeds growing through the existing gravel. So that's the only thing that she has that remains in non-compliance. The city is requesting the imposition of the fines and the liens and also the administrative costs that I have at $1,418.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Mary Atterbury. I'm requesting an extension for the driveway because I have did the painting. I did some of the landscaping. I cut the grass, all that, but I just need an extension for to finish up the driveway because I'm having a financial hardship. I'm the only one with the income, but the more money I get, I do what I can do.
Okay. How much time do you think you need?
Maybe another 60 days, and that should be done.
Okay.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I'm sorry.
I'll give you 77 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 2507-0898, case address 1713 Southwest 5th Place, owner Casa Margarita 1713 LLC. Posted at property 9625, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting CE 25070-898, property address 1713 Southwest 5th Place. This property was initially inspected on July 30th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-2787, complied. The advertisement for this vacation rental property does not meet the ordinance requirements relating to occupancy. Maximum occupancy is 2 guests per bedroom. The property is approved for 6 adult guests, but is advertising for 16 adult guests. This case is a repeat violation of case CE 24030721 and CE 24060417. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. During this repeat violation, the property was out of compliance for the following days: 7/30/25 and 7/31/25. The property was found to be in compliance on 8/13/2025. The city is requesting $500 per day to be imposed for this repeat violation, for a total of $1,000 for the 2 days that the property was found to be out of compliance. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, September 20th, 2025.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Katrina Jimenez. Mr. Avon knows he's been working with Alexandra from our team to make the guests, neighbors, and also the city very happy. Unfortunately, Alexandra is no longer here. So it's been quite a challenge for the whole team to actually find someone who can replace her and work with the systems, works with the guests, works with the city. At the moment, we have Gunel join our company, but she's going to take some time to learn the process. We were together since 2015 doing this. And you know, Mr. Avon, you've met Alexandra, you've met me quite a few times. We always try to do everything possible and impossible, and we know this industry sometimes bothers neighbors, that sometimes we're not best, but we try. We're always there on calls. Whenever you give us a notice saying, hey, you're doing something wrong, we correct it, we fix. We try our best, and we're going to continue doing this.
Maximum occupancy that you're...
Unfortunately, it happened all during the time when Alex is not here, and the new people we get to work with us make mistakes. They do whatever they want because they have a plan. We have to pay rent. They have to make the income, so they go for it. Okay, I put more occupancy, I make more money because they're commission-based. So it took us a while to get to the person who is actually on the same page with us, who wants to do this not just as a business or money maker, but it's partially a hobby for all of us. We enjoy it, we love it, what we do. I started it in 2015, doing it in multiple cities, and by no means I want to bother any neighbor or make mistakes as such, you know. We really enjoy improving our lives and improving lives of my colleagues, their families, and allowing this opportunity for people to travel besides the hotels. There's really no intent of, genuinely violating anything whatsoever.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing else from the city, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I'm going to fine you $250 for 2 days. That's $500 total.
Would you kindly reduce it in half?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have a little? Oh, we have another.
For the same thing.
Do we have a little bit of time to pay it? Is it?
You can talk to them on your way out.
Okay.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25090238, case address 1713 Southwest 5th Place, owner Casa Margarita 1213 LLC, posted at property 91225, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 250900238, property address 1713 Southwest 5th Place. This property was initially inspected on September 10, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-2787 complied. The advertisement for this vacation rental property does not meet the ordinance requirements relating to occupancy. Maximum occupancy is 2 guests per bedroom. The property is approved for 6 adult guests, but is advertising for 16 adult guests. This case is a repeat violation of case CE 2403027. CE 240300721 and CE 240600417. and CE 25070898. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. During this repeat violation, the property was out of compliance for the following days: 9/10, 9/11, and 9/12. The property was found in compliance on 9/13/2025. The city is requesting $1,000 per day to be imposed for this repeat violation, for a total of $3,000 for the 3 days that the property was found to be out of compliance. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, September 20th, 2025.
Okay, please state your name again for the record.
Katrina Jimenez. Unfortunately, this was all in one house. It wasn't like multiple things that in the same situation. All grass is always cut.
Yeah,
The
but
parking is in compliance always, garbage is in compliance always. Anytime we have anything like we're there, $3,000, this is off season. This is crazy. We cannot afford nothing like even remotely to that. Like it's only that much I can do also.
Well,
Otherwise.
you know, I was lenient last time because I didn't know there was another case pending. So you're really not paying attention to these violations.
We've corrected that. That's what I was trying to explain on the first case. It all happened during the same period of time. It wasn't like how long we've worked, more than 5 years. Like I've
But
never
ma'am,
been
you received
here.
the first violation
I've
when they
never
were in,
been
they were in
here.
August. And so now, September, it's the same violation.
Because the people who yes, and I take full responsibility for getting on the team people to work with us who are not professionals, who are not doing their correct job, not overseeing them every minute and every hour and every day.
Well, but
yes.
it's your responsibility. Ultimately, it's the property owner's responsibility. You're the one who collects the rents, and you're the one who's responsible for the property. So I'm imposing the fines.
Which are, is there anything we can do? Because there is no way we can pay it. And I understand the owner, like,
I can't
is
give you legal
responsible,
advice. You
but-
know, you have a right to appeal. I can't give you legal advice. You'll have to seek legal advice from someone else.
So there's nothing that could be done, like,
Okay,
please, we need a,
I can't argue with you anymore. I've heard both your cases. I've done the best I can. Your hearing's over.
thank you.
Our next case, page 11. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 25050666, case address 621 Southeast 6th Street, owner Cabot and Cherie Edward, posted at property 9/15/25, posted at Wendy's Broward 9/15/25.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 25050666 for the property located at 621 Southeast 6th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on May 28, 2025, and cited for the following violation: 472115A. It shall be unlawful to remove a tree without first obtaining a tree removal permit. A red swamp maple tree located in the front of the property, the swell right-of-way area, was removed without first obtaining a permit. This case will be brought up to Special Magistrate to request the imposition of fines for irreparable and irreversible violation. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCVA via first-class mail on May 28, allowing 60 days to come to compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Special Magistrate request form sent on June 3rd, and pre-hearing inspection was carried out on September 21st, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation, but the tree has not been replaced. The city is requesting 42 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $50 for the violation that exists. Your Honor, the property owner has obtained an after-the-fact permit. He just needs to continue with the process of the actual permit itself. That's why we're giving the property 42 days or a daily fine of $50 for the violation that exists.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Cabot Edward. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance by completing the permit process within 42 days?
Yes, but I'd also like to state, just because Code Section 47-21.2 defines a nuisance tree, any tree or palm, dead tree, or stump upon a parcel of land within the city which threatens, endangers the public health, safety, or welfare. This tree was dead. The complaint by my neighbor that complains about everything for the 10 years that I've lived there stated SCF 172000617. This is an old case from 8/2/24. Dead tree needs to be cut down. There'll be damage to our property. Neighbors have been asked several times. One, this neighbor never asked me anything. They just call and complain, call the mayor's office, code compliance, everything. So I've dealt with this over and over and over the years that I've lived there. But they've even stated in their complaint to the city that the tree was dead. The arborist report that I have states that the tree was in 50% health. It had 2 leaders that were left less than 3 feet off the ground. One of them was completely dead and had termites and everything going through it. I removed the tree prior to hurricane season. I mean, in the 10 years that I've owned there, I've planted over 20 trees in the property. I've recently sold a property of mine to the city to make it a park. That park is being opened in a big ceremony on Saturday. I've won countless community appearance awards for the city. I'm not interested in causing a problem. I plan on planting a gumbo limbo tree there when we go ahead and landscape other properties that Gus is well aware of in the neighborhood, like literally down the street.
Magistrate?
Yeah.
Supervisor Brown. With all of that being said, and I do see that it was noted that a dead tree was removed, the city, if the magistrate is okay with it, the city won't ask for the $150 fine for removing without a permit, but we will ask that you complete the permit for removing the tree after the fact. He has the permit issued, he just needs to complete it.
Do you need a permit to remove a dead tree?
Well, to remove it, if it is dead, you have to come to the city and you have to show us the arborist report and everything else. I mean, if you were going to do that in lieu of doing the permit process, that would have been something to do before the permit process. But since, I mean, it has his permit issued, he just needs to complete it. So, I mean, if you want to revisit that and bring the arborist report to the city, we can continue the case. Or if you just want to complete your permit within the time.
I've already submitted the arborist report, and I don't mind replacing the tree. It's not about that, but I don't think this should have even gone this far. It's kind of my point.
No, I understand what you're saying, and if I can give you my information if you want to talk more offline about the process and how everything went.
But I'm still hung up on the fact that if everyone agrees it's a dead tree and he did need a permit for a dead tree, why am I making him complete the permit process?
Yeah, the replacement of the tree. That's why he has to finish it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 42 days to replace the tree and complete the process.
Okay,
Thank you.
I have a degree in biology. I'm a general contractor, developer, and counselor. Do it.
Our next case, page 63. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24120470, case address 1610 Northwest 16th Court, owner Antlop Investment Properties, Inc. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/28/25. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,600 accrued. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $950 accrued for a total of $6,550, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for an extension.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24120470. Property address 1610 Northwest 16th Court. This is a request for extension. Property manager is here. I would let him speak at this time.
Please state your name for the record.
Antonio Lopez.
Okay, tell me why you need the extension and how much time you need.
We just bought this property like maybe 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And as you can see, we pretty much already, well, no, it's not the pictures. I uploaded a bunch of pictures about what it is that we already fixed, so pretty much it's already done. Yeah. The only thing we got to do is the roof, which we already put in the permits for, or the permits request. So that's pretty much it.
All right, so are you telling me that everything's been complied?
Correct. Cars are off the yard. The yard's been maintained. The driveway has also been redone.
All right, so I'll give you a 10-day extension and suspend the fines during that time, giving the inspector a chance to go out and re-inspect.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, did you guys see the pictures though? Because I uploaded a bunch of good pictures about the property. Hopefully we can just get this out of the way today.
He needs to go put eyes on the property, make sure it's in compliance, and then it will be compliant.
I've noticed that compliance is a little bit subjective. So in case that it is, in case that it gets, it isn't done in 10 days, do you think you could give me 30 days instead? October?
No, I'm going to give you 10 days. You told me everything's in compliance. If it's, he comes out there and it's not, you're going to have to do it.
Well, because it was in compliance a few weeks ago, and I'm sorry to interrupt. It was in compliance, in my opinion, a few weeks ago, like about a week ago. Inspector went out, said it wasn't in compliance. So I'm kind of like, okay.
I mean, I'll defer to the city.
Your Honor, probably was posted for this hearing on the 11th of this month. So as stated, yeah, so we'll give the 10-day extension. So if the property is in compliance, then everything will be complied. So property owner stated that, property manager stated that everything's in compliance. So within the time given, so we'll have time to go to the property and see if the property is in compliance. Then we'll comply the case. Then if not, then the property owner will have to comply with the property.
Can we look at the pictures that I uploaded? Because that's, I mean.
No, I'm not going to do it by pictures. He's going to go out and re-inspect. That's the way it's done, okay?
Okay, yeah, because I read through the instructions that I had to upload the pictures and they had to have like GPS coordinates, time and date stamp, and I figured that would be enough to show the.
Once the violation is found, the inspector has to physically go out and re-inspect before the property can be complied.
Okay.
So,
Your Honor, just for the record, I mean, the hearing is for an extension. He's requesting an extension, and extension is given. And at the same time, so if, as stated by the owner, property is in compliance, then once the inspection is done, then it can be proven that property is compliance.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I just, we went through this last time. And
fines are suspended during that time. Next case.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 250704999, case address 2216 Northwest 6th Street, owner Astor of India Corp., posted at property 9525, posted at Winnie's Broward 91525, and this is service by appearance.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was inspected on July 15th and given time to comply for the following violations. 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. There are items including but not limited to plastic bucket and old television on the property. The same violation was recorded on case CE 231-00626, and as such, this case will be sent for immediate abatement. The 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-inspection hearing on September 18th showed the violations remain. The violations at this property are still not in compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 42 days or a fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter. Additionally, for the violation of 18-12A, the city is seeking a finding of fact that this is a recurring violation of case CE 231-00626 and any subsequent occurrence of this violation will be seen as a repeat violation, with fines beginning to accrue immediately.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Alejandro Masaley, good morning.
Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 42 days?
Yes, but that problem we had for many years because there is some homeless that live there and we can handle that. Last year or 2 years ago, I asked for a pull permit for a fence, and the city say that are not allowed to have fence in empty lots. So I ask you if you can help me with the city. I'm already pulled the permit again.
That's not in my purview to be able to
Okay.
order a fence for you.
Okay.
That's not something that I'm authorized to do. So you're going to have to request that from the city.
Okay, because when I went there like 10 days ago, they say that I have the meeting with you and you can help me about that because it's not easy. It's something going against the law of the city, but in the same time, I can handle the
Is he correct that you can't put a fence up on a vacant lot?
Dorian, do you know anything about that?
I'm sorry.
He's saying that they told him that he cannot put a fence on a vacant lot?
I said that?
No, he said the city told him that.
Because like 2 years ago, I had the same problem with chicken and rooster from the neighbors.
Well,
So
I
I asked about
You
the
may
fence.
have been misinformed.
Yes, I was going to say that.
I would go ahead and pull the permit.
I already.
Did you put a permit
Yes,
application in for the fence?
last Monday. So I hope that I'm going to have that
All right,
problem
well-
resolved. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Supervisor Cloyan, he can check with us after the hearing. I'll give you my card and we'll look into that, okay?
Okay. And I have a problem, the same problem with a huge tree in sea grape tree that is almost the size of the lot. And again, the city is not allowed to take out the tree from empty lot.
Cannot, no.
And it's almost impossible that under the sea grape, the grass
So
growing.
part of it is you have to clean that lot under the sea grape.
Okay.
Because it's not being cleaned on a regular basis. There are several types of grass that will grow in the shade.
Yes.
It's just a matter of finding the right one.
I'm asked in the nursery, and they say that it's right that because you already talked with one of the guys who work with me, and there is grass for shade, but the problem with the sea grape are all the leaves that are under the year round. So they say that never going to grow the grass because
So they have to be cleaned up. You have to have somebody come out on a regular basis and clean that lot.
Okay.
That's the problem.
All right, 42 days or $100 a day thereafter. Next case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Page 50, Inspector Guy Seiderman, case number CE 2408-0608, case address 952 Northwest 24th Avenue, owner SFR 2012-1 Florida LLC. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 4/24/25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 3 sections complied at $100 per day, $7,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Name, case, and address as read. At the special magistrate hearing on 7/8/2025, hearing special magistrate duty, granted 35-day extension. Violation 9 TAC 306 complied on 7/23/25. This was out of compliance for 20 days. Violation 18 TAC A complied on 8/5/2025. This was out of compliance for 33 days. Violation 9 TAC 287. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Luis Haran, property manager.
Okay, can you tell me why it took so long to get the property into compliance?
Yes. So I joined the company late last year. We had an eviction, and he was scheduled to move out in March, late March. Through the process of eviction, I was able to get him out a little sooner than that. Again, I probably obtained a big project with the company, and this was one of them. even the first time that I was here, I was trying to tackle it, and I was the guy who was hit with what do you call it, the fleas from the landscaping inside the home and all that. So that took treatment. That took a while. Once I was able to take care of that, then we continued because we did have a permit already for the roof. We finished the inside of the home. We finished everything. I've been working side by side with the code inspector. He's been great. He's been assisting me with the process to make sure I cover everything. I did whatever I could immediately. I finally showed up here at the end. I finalized everything except maybe something with landscaping, and I took care of that as well. But it wasn't an easy project, and I was new still to the company, but I got it done. I think I've been here twice, and both times I've shown progress from there. But that's what I inherited. My job was to take care of the problem right away and minimize the cost.
When did you start working there?
November last year. But the eviction...
This was first heard in March of this year.
Right. Through the process of... Honestly, there was a lot of work in my field, no excuses, but when I started working was when the eviction process took over, you know.
I don't understand what the eviction process has to do with cleaning up the lawn and the exterior building walls and all of that.
We didn't have access. I couldn't get into the property until the person was out of it. So, and again, once I did go inside, it was infested with fleas where...
Do you
Your Honor?
understand why the outside stuff could not have been done?
He did call me. He stated that he did have issues regarding gaining an entry and getting into the property. There were some concerns when I spoke to the neighbor that was at the residence at the time. I had a hard time also getting permission to find out if things were being complied within the property itself as well. And then there were some other personal issues that came about from the neighbor that I can't discuss, but there were some issues, and I think that's what he's discussing, that it became a problem in between, that he wasn't able to get the access to do it.
Your Honor, I'm just going to add, this is a corporate property owner that owns approximately 84 properties in Broward County, just for your
Honor.
information.
And Supervisor Cloyan, yes, exactly, the case is owned by, the property is owned by an LLC, and this case was actually opened last year in August. So even though it came before us in March, it was open last year.
All right, I'm going to impose the fine. Next case.
I'm sorry, imposing the fine, you mean we're responsible for the total amount?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything you could do as
No,
far as...
I'm done. I'm done.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sorry?
Our next case, page 47, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 240701226, case address 1111 Southwest 2nd Court, owner 2017 Benton Small Family Land Trust. This case was first heard 11/12/2024 to comply by 1/14/2025. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day. $18,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Inspector Edward Eason, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24070126 for the address located at 1111 Southwest 2nd Court. At the May 13th, 2025, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 15-day extension. A notice of hearing was posted to the property on 9/4/25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/24/25 and found the violation 9-304B remained. The city is requesting full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue.
Please state your name for the record.
Martin Venerio.
What's the problem here?
So we've been applying for the permits to get the driveway completely redone. We're in the final stages of getting that. Basically, there was a miscommunication in regards to the engineering side of the drawings. That was already corrected. This is a GC. He informed me that it was already corrected, and we're just waiting for the city to let us know in regards to the permit cost so we could get the final approval.
Okay. So the permit hasn't been issued yet?
Not 100%, no.
Okay.
it's already in, like he said, it was already in the last stages, waiting for the fees for the permit so we could pay, and then we're just going to be redoing the driveway completely, everything all around.
All right, I'll give you 42 days extension and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Our next case, page 54, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2409037, case address 1700 Northwest 5th Street, owner Family Land Trust number 1700. This case was first heard 5/29/25 to comply by 7/24/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis. Case number CE 2409037 for 1700 Northwest 5th Street. A report of non-compliance for today. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted on yesterday, September 24th, 2025, and the violation for 9-305 parentheses B remains in non-compliance. The landscape of the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. There are areas with sparse or missing grass, and also violation 9-306 where the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Houses in need of paint in some areas, shutters, doors, and fascia. We have the administrative cost at $856 thus far.
Please state your name for the record.
Brad Hertz.
Okay, and why is this taking so long?
Well, I spoke with Vanessa. Basically, she told me there was two areas of her concern at this point. I had an assistant talk to her regarding what needed to be painted, and we painted all the white fascia and everything else we need to do. But I guess there's two areas with some new graffiti in the carport and on the east side that she clarified specifically what needed to be done. The lawn is now mowed, correct?
Yes.
I have a tenant there that's Section 8. She owes me 4 months of co-payments. She can barely pay the electric, so it's like a fight constantly to either have her evicted or just have the lawn done myself. So I think I'm just going to have it done twice a month myself. Otherwise, I got to evict her, and she's got her grandkids there and her disabled daughter. So I think that's what I will do. In terms of the grass on the side, we actually pulled all the rocks off and instituted the felt is proper, and I think Vanessa knows we did that, but I guess there was some dirt in the rocks that had appeared again, so I don't know how to kill grass permanently. I guess we'll have to just continue to weed and feed on a continual basis, or eventually her suggestion was just pull out the rocks and put the grass in, and then the lady will have even more to mow. So I just like an extension for 2 weeks if that's possible.
All right, I'll give you 15 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 18, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25060580, case address 1200 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Max House LLC, posted at property 9/13/25, posted at Wendy's Broward 9/15/25.
Hi, my name is Eliana Medaglia, and I represent Max House.
Okay.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-60580 for the address of 1200 Northwest 7th Terrace. This case was first cited on June 21st, 2025 for the following violations. 24-7 parentheses B, complied. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. 9-306, The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior with stains, missing or peeling paint. The exterior paint is stained and dirty. The city is requesting 15 days for 18-12.A to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter, and 42 days for 9-305B, 9-280H1, and 9-306 to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, you've already stated your name. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time frame the city has requested?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Our next case, page 57, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2411-0230, case address 1415 Southwest 28th Street, owner Louis and Gladys Gill. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 6/26/25. One suspension from 6/26/25 to 8/28/25. 3 sections complied at $50 per day, $3,900 accrued. The city's requesting the full amount. And this was a request for extension? Is it complied? 57.
Maestra, we're hearing 18, and
Okay.
that's what my son is with me.
Okay, just 1 second.
City of Fort Lauderdale, Mohammed Daim, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The case was last heard on June 26, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 63 days extension to comply for violations 9-304B, 9-305B, 47-20.13.G.1, and 47-21.9.K, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in September 24, 2025, and the property is compliant. The city is requesting to withdraw violation 47-20.13.G.1 and full imposition of fines in total of $3,900 for the other violations.
Okay. Now, please state your name for the record, sir.
Well, my name?
Whoever's going to speak on
Well,
property owner's behalf.
what I'm asking is...
Your name, tu nombre.
Louis Gill.
Okay. It looks like you've done everything to the property, but it took a little longer than the extension, so fines started to accrue. Can you tell me why it took so long?
¿Qué dijo?
¿Por qué se tardó tanto? I mean,
Ma'am, the permit was a long time to get a permit. They had too many times that they stopped it and they tried again. It took a long time to get a permit. Okay. And then the weather.
Okay. All right, and you couldn't do the landscape until you got the driveway done, I assume?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right. What's city costs?
$617.
Okay, all right. I'm going to waive the fine and just impose city cost of $617.
Okay.
¿Qué dijo?
Thank you. Que te va,
Okay.
que va a quitar el fine y solo te va a poner los costos de la ciudad, que son $600.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Okay.
Espera, espera,
Okay.
espera.
Go ahead, Mo.
So the request was a request for extension, so we are asking the neighbor if he waived his right for a Massey.
Okay, yeah. What I did is to enter the fine, but the hearing was not noticed as a fine hearing. It was noticed for his request for extension. So you can waive your right for notice of a fine hearing and live with my ruling, or we'll have to reschedule and you'll come back and we'll go through this again.
Que tú dijiste por una extensión, no por lo del fine, que si tú quieres regresar y discutir los $600, podemos también regresar a hacer eso. O si estás bien y solo pagar los $600. ¿Quieres venir y pelear los $600?
Sí. Sí, sí.
Okay, so yes, he'd like to
Yes.
come back. Yes.
Well, pray.
he'll waive?
I'll pay.
No, wait. Espera, porque el mismo está diciendo que sí. Tú quieres pagar los 600, quieres venir para atrás y discutir los $600 que están cobrando.
No, yo no quiero venir. I can't come back.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
really difficult to get them back here again.
I understand, sir. Okay, all right. So my ruling will stand. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
I have too many health problems.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Our next case, page 14, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0444, case address 1920 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner 1920 Northwest 9th Avenue Acquisition LLC, posted at property 91025, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Good morning. My name is Eileen Troach.
Good morning. Just 1 second. Let the inspector speak so I can know what the case is about.
Okay, I'm
All right.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-60444 for the address of 1920 Northwest 9th Avenue. This case was first cited on June 16, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A. There is overgrowth of hedges. There is trash, rubbish, and debris in the hedges and on this property and or its swell. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 240-80086. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. The city is requesting 15 days for 18-12.8 to comply or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Eileen Troach.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 15 days?
It already has been complied. We have someone that goes to cut the hedges monthly, and I also have twice a week. We have somebody that picks up the rubbish, plus I do the other 2 weeks. This month of August, because I got this letter on 8/20, that's when I was notified. Unfortunately, I was away. I went and I cleaned it on August 4th, and I do have the pictures of when everything was done every month. I emailed it to the new inspector, because there's always a new inspector. I was explaining to him that we do take care of the property, but that unfortunately we have some neighbors that they blow every night the rubbish into our hedges. And so I had to put cameras to prove that they were doing that. And we have tried to tell them to please not to do that. We also had a problem with homeless people. And so I lease apartments. I'm a property manager, and I lease to people that are homeless. So some of them I was able to get them a home. And now I also, with the cameras, I can call Broward Sheriff. And obviously you don't want to put homeless people in jail. So they told us to just tell them, warn them, and that's what we've been doing. And then I've been trying to work with the Broward Housing to see if they can find. So that has been pretty much, it's not really, the homeless are not the problem. It's really the neighbors that they bring Sealand trucks, they put in old furniture, they have a car dealership in front of the car, in front of the parking lot. So it doesn't matter how much I clean, how much we're doing our due diligence, and even Valero, which is the gas station, he has a man that goes there every day. I mean, like, I was out of town because my brother-in-law had cancer, so I was taking care of him in Sarasota. So for a month, I couldn't open my mail. As soon as I got back, I opened it, and I went immediately on the 19th to clean it. When I called, they told me that he works from Wednesday to Sunday. So that's why later on they gave me the email, and I sent him everything. So this is not a problem of not complying. It's I think it would be better if we as a team, you know, the city of Fort Lauderdale, the police, and myself, I mean, we could get a better strategy than we're complying, but nothing really gets done. I have been sending emails since these new tenants came because we didn't have that problem before. The owner, I'm only the owner of the right-hand side. The left-hand side belongs to a lady that's Indian, and she doesn't live here. So she leased it to 3 different people, and those tenants do not comply. I have called her to see if she wants me to buy it. I have called her. I have informed her that they are selling cars without a license. They're doing illegal gaming because when I pick up the trash, I have logos and numbers. I mean, they park in the handicap. Even yesterday, we
Special
pressure
magistrate.
clean it twice a year.
Yeah,
mean,
I
there's just
I
no-
understand you're in a difficult circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see how we're
Unfortunately,
gonna
the property that is yours is your responsibility
Yes,
to
and I'm
maintain. So you're doing all the right
I'm
things.
doing everything.
Letting the police know, et cetera. For this particular violation, I'm going to give you 15 days so that the inspector can go out and re-inspect and comply the property, and that should end
It
it
will
with
be
us.
compliant. I mean, when I saw, like, I checked this month, we went on the 4th, we went on the 14th, on the 28th, and I have the pictures. He went 7 days. I mean, this letter says the 20th, and he still found rubbish. So the only way that we can comply is to have somebody there 24/7. Because this was in 7 days that I got.
Unfortunately, so many property owners tell me this. You're going to have to, come to some kind of agreement with your neighbor or continue
Could it be
to
that-
Special
work with
magistrate.
the police.
For example, he said June, but we go every time, so we have people cleaning that. So that's not the issue. But another way would be, since the inspectors change so much, if he has my phone, he could just text me and say, yeah, I found this, but this is not.
we can't
Because if
do
we
that.
cleaned it the day before, and then, like, I cleaned it Friday, I went there Saturday,
Special
I picked
magistrate.
up a TV.
Special magistrate, Supervisor Laura, I think the 15 days is sufficient. Once it's cleaned up, you can get in contact with the inspector, and the inspector can go out there. But at the end of the day, the responsibility is going to be yours. When you see it or somebody in your property sees it, they should clean it up before the inspector goes there. But once you clean this up this time, you let the inspector know. He'll go out there as soon as he can.
Everything was done on Friday, and today it was set for the hedge because he goes once a month.
Okay,
So he
all
was
right.
supposed to do it today. So I really, what I'm trying to say is I am doing my due diligence. If the neighbors, I mean, I am. There's nothing more I can do.
Okay.
You
All
know,
right.
I just think it's unfair to be
Special
penalized.
magistrate.
Okay, all right, so do the best you can, go as frequently as you can, and he will come out there and comply it, and we'll close the case, okay?
Okay.
All
So
right,
can
thank you.
another question, when we do it, should I just send him every time we do it? Every time we clean it?
No,
No?
no. You
So
don't
is
have
there a
to do that.
possibility that at least he could call me?
It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So-
just, if we were to call every homeowner every time there's a violation, we can't give you
Yeah, but
special treatment.
it's just that we have a set schedule for them
Special
to
magistrate.
go.
Okay,
And
All right.
so,
okay, I believe you've told me that already.
yeah.
I'm willing to get in contact with her in the back to discuss the
Okay,
next
all right.
inspection.
He's gonna talk further with you,
Okay, so it is already compliant, and every week there will be somebody, because that's what we always do.
Okay, all right,
So
yes,
I don't need
yes.
any extra time or anything.
Okay.
We do it every week.
All
so-
right, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a break.
We'll take a 5-minute break. Our next case, page 5, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25080823, case address 2700 Northeast 18th Street, owner 2700 Northeast 18th LLC, posted at property 91125, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Inspector Robert Kroc presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address as read. This property was first inspected on 8/31/2025. The following a neighbor complaint of loud noise. The following violations were observed. Violation 18-1. There is vacation rental violations at this property that is creating a public nuisance. Approximately 50 vehicles to 100 occupants at the property, creating non-amplified noise. Vehicles obstructing the right-of-way. Vacation rental is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Violation 15-278-1E. There is a Chapter 15, Article 10 vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. Approximately 50 vehicles at this property. Violation 15-2782B. The maximum occupancy of this property is being exceeded. Approximately 100 people at this property. Violation 17-710A. There is non-amplified sound coming from this residential property. Go get video. Been charging $20 for a guy. Doing that down here. Yeah.
All right, what's that left? And then
You recording?
The city is requesting a fine of up to $15,000 and a finding of fact for all the vacation rental, the three vacation rental violations.
Next case, Inspector Aleda Mesa, case number CE 2506-0617, case address 4112 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Daniel Lesniak, posted at property 91125, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Officer Mesa, number 350 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2506-0617, addressed at 4112 Northeast 21st Avenue. An inspection of the property was conducted June 25th, 2025, with violations cited as follows. 47-19.1D. There's a car canopy frame erected in the front yard of this unoccupied RS-4.4 residential property. Car canopy is not listed as an accessory structure in this residential area in section 47-5.11 of the city ordinances. The car canopy does not have a permit. 18-11A, the pool at this unoccupied property has green stagnant water and is not being maintained on a regular basis. In the condition, it presents a health and safety issue for the community and may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and is a public nuisance. 18-11B, withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted September. 47-19.1D, compliance within 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 18-11.A, compliance within 10 days or a fine of $500 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25030622, case address 1557 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Matthew Muscarell, posted at property 91125, posted at 1 East Broward 91525. This case is complied. Next case, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25070198, case address 806 Northeast 16th Place, owner Titan Middle River 8 LLC, posted at property 91125, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Good morning, Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-70198 for the address of 806 Northeast 16th Place. This case was first cited on July 8, 2025 for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-20.20H, the parking facilities are in disrepair. There are cracks and large potholes. The parking lot needs to be repaired, restriped, and resurfaced. The gravel driveway has missing gravel with weeds growing throughout. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior, including the fascia, that have stains and missing peeling paint. The city is requesting 42 days for 9-305B, 47-20.20H, and 9-306 to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 2507028, case address 413 Southwest 3rd Avenue, owner Water Taxi 18 LLC, posted at property 9425, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Good morning, Edward Eason, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25070298 for the property located at 413 Southwest 3rd Avenue. The property was cited on 7/9/25 for the following violation. Violation 15-28. The business at the location, EZ Marina, is operating without a current year business tax receipt. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/24/25 and a violation remained. The city is requesting 42 days or $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered. Next case, page 8, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 24060659, case address 1213 Northwest 3rd Street, owner Huizinga 1213 Land Trust, posted at property 91125, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Vanessa Willis, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement Department. Case number CE 24060659 for the property located at 1213 Northwest 3rd Street. The property was first inspected on July 1st, 2024 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 9-304, parentheses B, the paved driveway is not being maintained in a well-graded condition. It has areas of missing asphalt. Violation 9-305, parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation per previous case, CE 2305, 0883, and this case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. Violation 9-308, parentheses A, the roof is not in good repair and is not weather or watertight. There are multiple areas that show water is penetrating the roof and seeping through. And violation 9-363, which is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24, 2025, and violations 9-304B, 9-305B, and 9-308A are still in non-compliance as depicted in the photos. And the city is requesting 42 days or $100 per day fine on 9-304B and 9-305B, and on 9-308A, 77 days with $100 per day fine if not in compliance.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25050458, case address 1533 Northwest 3rd Avenue, owner Luxon Pericles, posted at property 91325, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Code Officer Malik Jones presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-50458 for the address of 1533 Northwest 3rd Avenue. This case was first cited on May 22nd, 2025 for the following violations. 18-1, there's a refrigerators, stove, vending machine stored under the carport at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. There is a rust stain located near the gardening wall. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth on this property and or its well. The city is requesting 42 days for 18-1.A and 9-306 to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter, and 15 days for 18-A to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 9, Inspector Guy Seiderman, case number CE 25060538, case address 1717 Northwest 8th Place, numbers 1 and 2, owner Mariella Gregario, posted at property 91125, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Name, case, and address as read. The property was first inspected on 6/19/2025, violation 47 TAC 2020H, complied, violation 18 TAC 12A. There's overgrowth at this property and or its swell. The violation is now complied. However, this is a reoccurring violation per case CE 21060273. Violation 24 TAC 7B is complied. Violation 9 TAC 363 complied. Violation 9 TAC 305B has complied. Violation 9 TAC 306 complied. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/16/2025 and all violations have complied. The city is requesting a finding of fact for 18-12A.
So ordered. Next case, page 11, Inspector Bernstein Seinbert, case number CE 25060726, case address 301 Southwest 21st Street, owner Matt J. Baker, posted at property 91125, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Inspector Bernstein, City of Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25060726, property located at 301 Southwest 21st Street. This property was inspected on June 27, 2025, and the following violation was cited. 4719.1.D complied. 47-19.2.HH.II.2. There is a shipping container in the rear of this RM15 zone property being used for personal, good, or living space without a permit. A permit is required prior to placing of the portable storage unit on property in conformance with the requirements of this regulation. The permit shall be posted in a conspicuous location at the site for the entire time the portable storage unit is on property. 9280H1 complied. Notice of hearing posted on the property on 9/11/2025. Pre-hearing inspection on 9/20/2025 revealed the violation remains. City is requesting 42 days or a fine of $100 per day.
So ordered.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2507-0503, case address 1018 Northwest 6th Street. Owner William J. and Electa Cone, posted at property 9/15/25, posted at Wendy's Broward 9/15/25.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was inspected on January 27th and given time to comply for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-12A, there is overgrowth of grass and weeds on this vacant lot. A pre-inspection hearing on September 18th showed the violations remain. The violations at this property are still not in compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 42 days or a fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter. Additionally, for the violation of 18-12A, the city is seeking a finding of fact that this is a recurring violation of case CE 23120-396, and any subsequent occurrence of this violation will be seen as a repeat violation with fines beginning to accrue immediately.
Okay, it's not on my docket as a recurring violation.
We don't have it on as a recurring.
Okay.
18-12A.
So it hasn't been noticed accordingly, even though
Okay.
the property owner is not here.
Okay, so
All right, so 42 days or $100 a day.
42 days or $100 a day.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2508-0174, case address 341 Southwest 31st Avenue. Owner Egner Jimenez, posted at property 9/15/25, posted at Wendy's Broward 9/15/25.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was inspected on August 7, 2025, and given time to comply for the following violations. 24-7B is complied. 9-304B is complied, but this was vehicles parked in the grass lawn area. This is a recurring violation of case CE 220100465, and will be scheduled for a hearing before the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. 9-305B is now complied. This is also a recurring violation, case CE 21050648, and will be scheduled for a hearing before the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. A pre-inspection hearing on September 24th showed the violations are in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact that these are recurring, that 304B and 305B are recurring violations, and any subsequent occurrence of these violations will be seen as a repeat violation with fines beginning to accrue immediately.
So ordered.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2508-0176, case address 411 Southwest 31st Avenue. Owner Yamilet Alvarez, posted at property 9/15/25, posted at Wendy's Broward 9/15/25.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on August 7th and given time to correct for the following violations. 24-7B is complied. 9-304B is complied. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting compliance within 42 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2505-0577, case address 709 Southwest 14th Street. Owner Jennifer E. Ripple, posted at property 9/8/25, posted at Wendy's Broward 9/15/25.
Inspector Rafael Sanchez for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read into the record. I inspected this property on May 22nd, 2025, and cited for the following violations. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. 9-308A, there are multiple broken and missing roof tiles. Roof is not in good repair and is not weather or watertight. Roof has blue tarps and a white tarp. An inspection report was posted on the property May 22nd, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. I re-inspected this property June 23rd, 2025, and August 18th, 2025. I posted the property on September 3rd, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 22nd, 2025, and found that the violation is not complied. The city is requesting 77 days to comply or a $50 fine thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2507-0337, case address 1303 Miami Road, owner Labella Vacations LLC, posted at property 9825, posted at Wendy's Broward 91525.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. Inspector Mohammed inspected this property on July 11th, 2025, and cited for the following violations. 47-19.4.C.2, placement dumpsters that service private property upon or in the street, alley, or public right-of-way is unlawful. Dumpsters must be on an approved hard surface. 18-12A is complied. 9-306, the exterior building rear walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the fascia that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-363, the free landlord application has not been submitted or is incomplete. Code section 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RML 25 zone property. The asphalt is worn out and there are missing sections and has cracks. Inspection report was posted on the property July 11th, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected August 20th, 2025, posted the property September 8th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted September 22nd, 25, and found that the violations are not complied. The city is requesting the following. For code section 47-19.4.C.2, 77 days or $100 thereafter. For code section 9-306, 77 days or $100 thereafter. For code section 9-363, 15 days or $100 thereafter. For code section 47-20.20.H, 77 days or $100 thereafter.
I have that as complied on my docket.
Might be my mistake, but it's not complied now.
Okay, all right, 77.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, so ordered.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2508-0428, case address 246 Southwest 21st Street, owner Samer Nasser Mintawi, posted at property 9825, posted at Wendy's Broward 91525.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. Inspector Mohammed inspected this property on August 16th, 2025, and cited for the following violations. 47-34.4.B.1 is complied. 9-304B is complied. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. Code section 9-363 has been withdrawn. Code section 9-305B is complied. 47-20.13.G.1 has been withdrawn. Inspection report was posted on this property August 16th, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner. Re-inspected August 27th, 2025, posted September 8th, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 22nd, 2025, and found that the all the violations are complied. What the city is asking for is for code section 9-304B is a recurring violation, and we're seeking for finding of fact. 47-34.1.A.1 is also a recurring violation, and we're asking for a finding of fact. Code section 9-305B is complied, but it is a recurring violation, and we're asking for a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25050552, case address 1045 North Andrews Avenue, numbers 1 through 6, owner Florida Fair Housing Corp., posted at property 91025, posted at Wendy's Broward 91525.
Sure, whatever you guys want.
Good morning, Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-50552 for the address of 1045 North Andrews Avenue. This case was first cited on May 21st, 2025 for the following violations. 9-280H1, complied. 9-363 is now complied. 9-305B The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The exterior walls are dirty. The city is requesting 42 days for 9-305B and 9-306 to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
We'll take a 15-minute recess. Next case, page 17, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0143, case address 1147 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner Serenity Sky LLC, posted at property 9/11/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good afternoon. Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-60143 for the address of 1147 Northeast 4th Avenue. This case was first cited on June 5th, 2025 for the following violations. 47-34.1, point alpha point 1, complied. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. This is a recurring violation, CKCE 230-80368. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The chain link fence is missing top posts in certain portions and the fence has a hole in it. This is a recurring violation, CKCE 230-80368. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting 15 days for 18-12.A, 9-280H1, and 9-305B to comply or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter.
15 days, you said?
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0362, case address 16 Northwest 16th Street, owner Wesleyan Church, posted at property 9/11/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good afternoon. Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-60362 for the address of 16 Northwest 16th Street. The case was first cited on June 13, 2025 for the following violations. 9-363, failure to register to the residential rental dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 47-34.1, point alpha point 1. There is outdoor storage occurring at this RDS-15 property. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia and soffits are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The city is requesting 15 days for 9-363 and 18-12.A to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter, and 42 days for 47.34.1, point alpha point 1, 9-305B, and 9-306 to comply or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0684, case address 901 Northeast 16th Court, owner Munoz Agro Farming LLC, posted at property 9/12/25, posted at 1 East Broward 9/15/25.
Good afternoon. Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case number CE 250-60684 for the address of 901 Northeast 16th Court. This case was first cited on June 25th, 2025 for the following violations. 47-19.5.J.1 has been withdrawn. 18-12.A complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its well. There is miscellaneous items scattered on the property. This is a recurring case, reference case number CE 220-80386. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 47-34.1, point alpha point 1 complied. There is illegal land use occurring at this RMS-15 property. There are bricks and wood being stored on the property. There is a commercial bobcat being stored on the property. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 2410-0438. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-280H1 complied. 9-305B complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 220-80386. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the recurring violations of 18-12A, 47-34.1.alpha.1, and 9-305B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 20, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2501036, case address 845 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner Victoria Park Development LLC, posted at property 91025, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I'm presenting case that was just read in. This property was first inspected on January 10, 2025. The following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 9-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover, to include the swale. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and the soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that has stains or missing peeling paint. 9-280C, the accessory structure at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance, to include but not limited to the walkways and porch. 47-20-20H, there are the parking facilities at this the parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The asphalt surface has cracks and or damaged areas, stained and with dirt and oil. There are wheel stops which are damaged and not secured, and the striping is faded or missing. 9-308 is complied. 9-363, failure to register residential rental dwelling within the city. This is a free application that has not been submitted or is incomplete. 47-19.4D1 is withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24th, 2025, and the property remains in these violations. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with violation 9-363 and or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter. And the city is requesting 42 days to comply with violation 9-305B, 9-306, 9-280C, and violation 47-20.20H, or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2508-0075, case address 601 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Sun Flagler, Inc., posted at property 91025, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Jean-Claude Noel presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 8/5/2025. 18-12 is now complied. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case number CE 230908180. The city is requesting finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
So ordered.
Next case, page 22, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2504-0145, case address 900 Northeast 17th Court, owner Faith Church of the Nazarene, posted at property 91025, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Jean-Claude Noel reading the case that was just presented. The property was first inspected on 4/10/2025. The following violations were observed. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. This is a free application and has not been submitted or is incomplete. 18-12A complied. 18-4 complied. 9-305B, the concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and damaged areas. Is stained with dirt and oil, including but not limited to the concrete surface and in the carport. There are several trailers that are prohibited from parking on the lawn. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. 9-306 complied. 9-280C complied. 18-1 complied. 47-34.181 complied. 4720.13F has been withdrawn, and 47-21.16A is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24th. This property, with certain violations still remaining, the city is requesting 10 days to comply with the violation of 9-363 or a fine of $150 per day thereafter. And the city is requesting 42 days to comply with violation 9-304B, 9-305B, and or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, so ordered. Next case, page 23, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2505-0602, case address 1451 Northeast 13th Avenue, owner Fultz Management Service, Inc., posted at property 91025, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 5/24/2025 for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, and rubbish and debris surrounding this property and or its swale. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case CE 22090576. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that has stains or missing and peeling paint. 24-27B, complied. 4720.20H, there are parking facilities at this location that are not being maintained. At this property, the asphalt surface has cracks in areas that are stained and with dirt and oil, and the striping is faded or missing. 4734.1.A1, that's complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24th. This property is still in violation. The city has requested 10 days to comply for violation 18-12 or a fine of $150 per day thereafter. The city is requesting 77 days to comply with the violation of 9-306, violation 4720-20H, and or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you. Have a good day, ma'am.
You too. Next case, page 25, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25070385, case address 2418 Southwest 6th Court, owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC, and care Havenbrook Homes, posted at property 9625, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-70385 for the property located at 2418 Southwest 6th Court. The property was first inspected on July 16, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12.A, complied. There is overgrowth on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 256-0443. 9-304B, complied. The driveway is in disrepair and is not being maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. The driveway has cracks, stains, and the gravel apron has bare areas of missing gravel with grass growing through it. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 250-60133. 9-306, complied. The fascia is stained with a black substance and has areas of missing paint. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 250-60133. 9-305B, complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 256-0443. 9-308B, complied. As of August 21st, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violations 18-12A, 9-304B, 9-306, and 9-305B.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Olivera. Case number CE 25070070. Case address 3020 Southwest 13th Court. Owner Antonio G. Ramos. Posted at property 9525. Posted at Wendy's Broward 91525.
Ramon Olivera, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-70070 for the property located at 3020 Southwest 13th Court. The property was first inspected on July 3rd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B. There is an RV parked on the grass area at the rear of the property. 47-34.1.8.1 complied. 9-280H1 complied. 47-19.1.B complied. As of pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 24, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 77 days to come into compliance of Section 9-304B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Ramon Olivera, case number CE 250700582. Case address 315 Southwest 25th Terrace. Owner Reditus 1 LLC. Posted at property 9625. Posted at Wendy's Broward 91525.
Ramon Olivera, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2570582 for the property located at 315 Southwest 25th Terrace. The property was first inspected on July 17, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12.8 complied. 18-4.C complied. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale areas. 9-305A complied. 9-304B. The driveway is in disrepair. The driveway and driveway apron on the south side of the property has cracks, stains, and grass growing through it. 9-280H1 complied. 9-313.8 complied. 9-363. Failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted. 9-280H complied. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 24, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 42 days to come into compliance of Section 9-305B, 42 days to come into compliance of Section 9-304B, or a fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter until compliance is met. Additionally, the city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance of Section 9-363, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Ramon Olivera, case number CE 250706111. Case address 2231 Southwest 14th Street. Owner Bijan Pardis. Posted at property 9625. Posted at Wendy's Broward 91525.
Ramon Olivera, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-70611 for the property located at 2231 Southwest 14th Street. The property was first inspected on July 18, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 24-7B complied. 9-304B. The paved driveway has multiple cracks. Furthermore, there are vehicles parked in the grass area. 18-4C complied. 9-363. The owner of this residential rental dwelling within the city has not registered as a landlord. The free application has not been submitted. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 24, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 42 days to come into compliance of Section 9-304B, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met, and 15 days to come into compliance of Section 9-363, or $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Olivera, case number CE 250700034. Case address 2981 Southwest 14th Street. Owner Aldwin LLC. Posted at property 9525. Posted at Wendy's Broward 91525.
Ramon Olivera, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-70034 for the property located at 2981 Southwest 14th Street. The property was first inspected on July 2nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 2106066. 9-304B, complied. There are vehicles and a boat trailer parked on the grass area. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 2106066. 9-306, complied. 9-280C, complied. As of August 13, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 9-305B and 9-304B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 250500120, case address 2730 Southwest 1st Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner 335 Northwest 28th Street, LLC, posted at property 91025, posted at Winnie's Broward 91525.
Good afternoon, Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected on 5/5/25 and the following violations were observed. 9-306 is complied. 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and or missing ground cover. 9-304 parentheses B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. A gray Toyota Camry is being parked on the grass of this property, and the driveway at this property is missing gravel and has weeds and grass growing through it, as well as being stained. 18-1 is complied. 9-363 is complied. 47-21.16.8 is complied. 47-34.1.8.1 is complied. 9-280 parentheses G is complied. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 9/24/25, the violation of 9-305B and 9-304 parentheses B remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 35 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 250600326, case address 850 Arizona Avenue, owner SRP Sub LLC, posted at property 91025, posted at Winnie's Broward 91525.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected on 6/12/25 and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The wooden fence on both sides of this property have missing slats as well as being deteriorated. 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 9-304 parentheses B is complied. 47-39.8.1.B parentheses 6 parentheses B is complied. Contact was made with the tenant at the property regarding the cited violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 9/24, the violation of 9-306, 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1, and 9-305 parentheses B remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 35 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 250700832, case address 3567 Davie Boulevard, owner Tropical Treasure LC, posted at property 91025, posted at Winnie's Broward 91525.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 7/28/25 and the following violation was discovered. 15-28, the business El Pasia Accounting Services Corp. At this location is operating without a current business year business tax receipt. As of the pre-hearing inspection conducted on September the 24th, 2025, the business remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 35 days or $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25070883, case address 601 Southwest 27th Avenue, owner Azalea 27 LLC, posted at property 91025, posted at Winnie's Broward 91525.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 7/29/25 and the following violations were observed. 47-19.4.D.8. There is a dumpster enclosure at this MHP mobile home park that is not maintained at this location. The enclosure doors are wide open with no visible lock. There is also trash scattered throughout the dumpster enclosure. This is a repeat violation per case number CE 230-90732 and will accrue fines beginning the first day of the violation was observed until compliance is met. 24-29 parentheses A. There's trash scattered about the dumpster enclosure. This is also a recurring violation per case CE 230-90732 and will present it to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. And there was contact made with the property manager and the groundskeeper of the property regarding these cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 9/15, the property was found in compliance, and the city is requesting that a fine of $200 for each inspection that the property was found in violation, which are 7/29/25, 8/7/25, 8/14/25, and 9/10, for the total imposition of fines in the amount of $800.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Do you want a finding of fact for?
And yes, a finding of fact for the violation of 24-29 parentheses A.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25060792, case address 930 Southwest 29th Street, letters A through D. Owner Zach Quadell, Inc., posted at property 9325, posted at Winnie's Broward 91525.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted in June 28, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 9-363, the free landlord application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities at this RD15 zone property that are not being maintained. All parking facilities, including access aisles and driveways, shall surfaced with hard dustless material and maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24th, 2025. The property remains in violation. Paving permit BLD GEN 25090436 has been submitted on September 22nd, 2025. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 9-363 and 77 days for violation 47-20.20.H, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 38, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25070586, case address 1871 Southwest 22nd Street, owner Carolyn Gunnell, posted at property 9425, posted at Winnie's Broward 91525.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 20th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RD15 zone vacant lot. Outdoor storage containing of, but not limited to, tiles, bricks, and trash carts. 47-21.9.M. Sections of this RD15 zone vacant lot have no lawn covers as required. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swell of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 42 days to comply for violations 47-34.1.8.1, 47-21.9.m, and 9-305, or a fine 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, also page 38, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 250700632, case address 1836 Southwest 9th Avenue, owner Ronald Rogowski, posted at property 9325, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on July 19th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, complied. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The gate is broken. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 22120142. 9-304 complied. 9-305 complied. 9-313A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24th, 2025. The property is complied. The city is requesting finding of facts for the complied violation 18-12A.
So ordered. Mohammed, you want a finding of fact for 1812A or 9280H1?
Finding of fact for 9-280H1.
Okay. Next case, page 40, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2508-0472, case address 1771 Southwest 30th Street, owner Lydia Fernandez, posted at property 9425, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 20th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2502-0288. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 3rd, 2025. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact for the complied violation 18-12A.
So ordered. Next case, page 41, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2508-0450, case address 2348 Southwest 17th Avenue, owner Yalin USA Corp., posted at property 9425, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted in June 28th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B complied. 9-280H1, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is leaning with multiple bowing panels. This is a recurring violation as per case number CE 23110762. 9-306 complied. 9-305B complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24th, 2025. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of facts for the complied violation 9-280H1.
Next case, page 42, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2508-0201, case address 920 Southwest 16th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Richard and Darcy Perez, posted at property 9325, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 8th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris in this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case number CE 2306-0660. 9-306 complied. 9-304B complied. 47-21.16.A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 24, 2025. The property is now complied. The city is requesting finding of fact for the complied violation 18-12A.
So ordered. Next case, page 43, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 25070786, case address 1401 Northeast 14th Court, owner Aralise Mercedes Bandita, posted at property 9925, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 25070786, 1401 Northeast 14th Court. This property was cited on 7/29/2025 for 15272A. The property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter, and a finding of fact that the violation did exist.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2508-0003, case address 1730 Northeast 23rd Avenue, owner KR Management LLC, posted at property 9925, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 2508-0003, 1730 Northeast 23rd Avenue. This property was cited on 8/4/2025 for 15272A. The property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter, and a finding of fact that the violation did exist.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2507-0601, case address 1700 North Dixie Highway, owner Elena LLC, posted at property 91025, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on 9/28/25, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on September 23rd, 2025, where a check of Avenue STR revealed that the advertisement has not been taken down. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter, and a finding of fact that the violation does exist.
So ordered.
Next case, page 44, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2507-0602, case address 3101 Bayshore Drive, 1902, owner Britannic Hills Group LLC, posted at property 91025, posted at 1 East Broward 91525.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on July 28, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on September 23, 2025, where a check of the Avenue STR revealed that this advertisement has not been taken down. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter, and a finding of fact that the violation does exist.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 46, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2502-0532, case address 221 Southwest 1st Avenue, owner PMG Graybrook Riverfront 2 LLC. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 5/9/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $9,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is actually to vacate the order imposing fine of $828.25 and to rehear the case.
Okay, so ordered.
Ma'am, excuse me. In regards to this case, 221 Southwest 1st Avenue, the violation does exist at this time. Right?
Okay.
The issue is that there is an address change. Either the United States Postal Service or Broward County changed the address. These folks are trying very, very hard to get their business tax. They do have a business tax from 2022, but for some reason they're having issues with putting the address from what was before to what is existing now. I respectfully request if we can actually hold the fines and give them at least 35 to 42 days so we can actually resolve this internally, ma'am.
Okay.
I believe the city assistant attorney was actually present when we were actually trying to do this with the folks that were here, the owners of Hemingway, not the representatives of the building.
Okay.
So the fines and the violation does exist. They are operating without a current business tax right now, but it's because there's an internal thing with the address. So I respectfully request if we can actually stay a fines and give them 35 days to get the business tax while we resolve it.
I'll give them 42 and
Excellent.
suspend the fines.
I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Case number CE 2502-0604, case address 511 Southeast 5th Avenue, number 101, owner New River Retail Center LLC. This case was first heard 5/29/25 to comply by 6/26/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $9,100 accrued. This is to vacate the order imposing fine of $828.25 and to rehear.
So ordered. Same for this one?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Gus Caracas, the case and the violations do exist at this time. They applied for an outdoor seating, but they haven't gone through the process. For some reason, it says to vacate the order. We don't know why, but the violations does exist. I respectfully suggest that the fines continue to accrue. The property manager is aware of the violation, and so are the tenants of that particular restaurant.
Okay,
So the violations does exist at this time, ma'am.
okay. All right, so they'll
Yeah, continue the fines.
So are we suspending the fines, or?
No, again, this is the restaurant that has outdoor seating. The property manager is aware. The violations does exist. We were speaking about this yesterday, ma'am. Yeah, so we don't know why the vacate of the order, we hear, but the violations does exist.
Were you guys, I think the case was complied at one point, and that's why we're bringing it back, because it was incorrectly complied.
Okay.
So we were doing that to make sure that the fines ran the entire time.
Okay, in
So-
the system, someone incorrectly complied the case.
Yeah, it is corrected today as open.
So the case is open and the fine should continue, so we're
Yes.
basically reimposing the fines
Yes,
today.
correct, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
so
Thank
we're
you, Nadine.
reimposing $9,100.
Thank you,
The
ma'am.
fines continue to accrue. Thank you.
Our next case, page 47, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25040889, case address 1322 Southeast 1st Avenue, owner SFLA Holdings LLC. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/11/25 and 7/24/25. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $10,100 accrued, and the city is requesting admin costs of $626.
So ordered.
Next case, page 50, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24110095, case address 3461 Berkeley Boulevard, owner Christina Cabrera. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 5/29/25 and 6/26/25. One suspension from 7/24/25 to 9/25/25. One section complied at $50 per day, $3,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 52, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25040450, case address 748 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Express Media Printing LLC. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/24/25. One section complied at $200 per day for a grand total of $12,600. One section not complied, at $200 per day, $12,600. One section complied at $200 per day, $6,800. One section complied at $200 per day, $27,000 previously imposed. Three sections not complied at $200 per day, $98,400 previously imposed. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 55, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25040176, case address 400 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Esau Dalrymple. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/11/25 and 7/24/25. Three sections complied at $50 per day, $3,050 accrued, fines originally imposed of $10,350. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 56, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 241203337, case address 1872 Southwest 28th Avenue, owner David Bostock. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 5/9/25 and 7/24/25. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $16,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 58, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 24110412, case address 2401 Southwest 17th Avenue, owner Aberreal Real Properties Corp. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 4/24/25 and 6/26/25. 1 suspension from 7/24/25 to 9/25/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $3,500 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 66 and 67 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Thursday, September 25th, 2025.